This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve here in Sabi. Sitting here with a beautiful, looks like just a one male giraffe at the moment. I'm sure his aim was to come to drink at the Gari Dam. We're sitting right here on the southern side of the Gari Dam at the moment, and then I'm just not too sure if there is more of them around here. But we've seen quite a lot of impalas on the other side, which they may also participate in drinking. So everybody, welcome aboard to your very own live safari through the African bush. Good afternoon once again, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve here. It's bright and light this afternoon. The wind is still picking up, which is sitting on probably 27 degrees 81 Fahrenheit, which it's a little warm for such an antelope or most of the giraffe, which they may participate in watering hole. That we just say that this one actually might want to drink while we're around. So we'll find out. My name is Andrew this afternoon with BK on camera still. So we are hoping to see this giraffe coming to drink. But in the meantime, looks like it's just gonna wait there. The safety is always important for such a tall animals. Before they arrive to take a drink, they got to check around themselves whether it's safe or not. kind of vulnerable when they bend down all the way. So everybody, we would love to hear from you. We're coming to you live from these locations, and we would actually be happy to hear from you if you can send your question through hashtag WildEarth and on Twitter and also at FC on YouTube. If you are also under the age of 18, you can still send us the questions, but use the kids' questions at WildEarth.tv. Then we will take it there for you. And it's amazing for such an animal like these would just disappeared in front of us, but it's so because of a lot of these Tamboti thicket there where he just went in. But you can also go register on WildEarth website, and then you head over to the live safari page, and then you can start to submit your question there. We'll be answering them for you live. So our giraffe is there, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to slightly drive through so we can actually get a better view of him, because it looks like he's very interesting. He may delay to come to drink because it's all about trust. Whenever it's so much of wind, they will make a little bit of a worry too much with wind. So everybody, let's quickly take a look at the weather. So we still got a visual of a male giraffe, but now he's still taking his time there, feeding. Well, I'm not sure, because we only arrived here at the dam, and then he was looking at the dam, showing very much interest to go to drink. Maybe he's just done that during the course of the day. I'm just not sure how long he's been around. But for sure, they wouldn't repeatedly every hours to go drink. Once he's done that, and that will be nuts for him for the next a lot of hours before he will return. Probably tomorrow you may want to drink again, but if he just drank not long ago, we won't really expect him to arrive into some watering hole soon to drink. Always when we watch giraffe, easy to determine that. Look at the females, their horns are slightly thin, but the males, they have very thick. And then on top, I know there is very difficult with this wood on that, just between us and him. But you would see no hair on top of these horns. So we're looking at the males. There seems to be lose a lot of hair there due to the fight. Males that do practice fighting. But that's actually natural, that they don't have to grow a fur on top of these horn. Also, we talk about their diet. The way it is at the moment, it's quite a lot of these Tamboti toxic trees. Looks like he's moving further. Gonna keep up with him. So, Lillian, you're asking whether giraffe ever travel in herds. So, they do move in group, giraffe. And it's simple that they're not actually territorial. So they would congregate. I mean, a number of above 30, they've been seen in the reserve together, mixed with all various different male and the females. So they can move in group. And that's why, and now as a collective, is it's called a tower of giraffe. But the tower, this is when they are probably static. And the journey of giraffe, this is when they're mobile, all scattered all over. But yeah, that's a Naos collective of giraffe, gen of giraffe, tower of giraffe, still the same. He's busy going for these toxic trees we were talking about earlier, that the Tamboti trees. That trees, only few species would feed on that tree. An elephant doesn't really, I've never seen elephant feed on it. Can feed probably, but I haven't watched elephants feed on these toxic trees such as a Tamboti tree. But giraffe, porcupine, they would specialize digging on the ground or the base of that tree for their roots. That's one of the rodents we have around here. If there is a lot of these black rhinos, are you asking would the ossicons break? Yes, they can, but they're actually very strong. They're not often to do that break off. But you know, I remember we did actually once for all come across one bull that he has a single horn, and other one was just a shorter. It was because of probably fight or ran into the very harder wood, especially when they run. They don't have much of a choice. When they're trying to survive, get away from the danger, they would run into thick. A lot of time they'll break their neck when they run into such a very low, strong across the branches like that. So results in that breaking one of these horns so that they sometimes fight or run. So our giraffe looks like it's now going further deeper in there, and then I'm just not sure if it's going to come out. So, such a tallest animals, the wind disappeared. But we see just a glimpse there. But I might say that all animals, they're well designed with some patterns. It's all the reasons. Only reason for that, it's they blend in when they hide. So defensive mechanism, hide away or blend in, so they look like a bush if you see them far away, and then maybe very difficult to determine that you're looking at the object into that until you see movement. So with the zebras, with a stripe, with a leopard with a spot, with a giraffe with such a huge pattern like this, so wild animals, you hardly come across palely white, not a color even single on them. So even when you talk about zebra without, of course, this black line of a stripe, then they would be very much palely white. Then cost being very visible for most of the dangerous that would be hunting them. Then there will be single target, especially at night. But they have also black stripe, which also break that, visible of when they're in the bush. Looks like from there, I'm not just sure, probably he's going to move further in, because this is where a lot of these Tamboti trees are. Good.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Eco Training Islands. Welcome to the Bushwalk team. My name is Steve, joined over there by Gert, and we're very excited and delighted to have you with us this afternoon. And what we are going to do today is prepare you once again for a field observation tomorrow morning. And field observation is a quiz, a tracking quiz, which we will perform over the duration of tomorrow morning's show. I hope that works for you. But this afternoon, we're going to start off with a rock, because why not? Rocks are very cool. And this I just found on the floor before. And you can see the different types of crystals in here, different types of stone. There's a whole lot of mica deposit there. The other day we spoke about the metamorphosized granite that transforms rock into something very, very different. A metamorphosized granite turns into something known as gneiss, and this looks like a form of gneiss, G-N-I-E-S-S. You see the crystals, the mica in there, which is harvested for all the technology equipment around the world, all the motherboards and cell phones. This is being harvested at an alarming rate outside in Palabora, which is not far from here. And that very nice flaky sort of material is apparently very conductive, but you can see the different grains of stone or of minerals, how they formed in here. It's a very good indication of a metamorphic rock when you get different sizes and shapes of rock inside of rock. Goes to show that something happened under extreme pressure and temperature to change a igneous rock in the form of granite into something completely new. It's very, very interesting. But on the element of tracks, we're going to start off with the track this afternoon. And this one, I have two questions. We'll do some tests as well while we are discussing. And if you've been missing the show, you've been missing the tracking quizzes this week, let's see if we can identify two questions, just two answers. And that is left foot or right foot, and the species. So you could say cheetah right foot. That's all I want to know. Or you could say elephant left foot. Two answers, hashtag WildEarth, or throw it in on the YouTube chat stream. This is a track we're looking at over here. It's a very easy one. It should be quite easy if you've been following the show. And if you have not, and you're not sure what it is, that is okay as well. Looking closely at it here, you'll notice there's a lobe. That sort of double lobes at the back here. And then we've got a toe that pinches close there, goes again, pinches close. There's very clearly a nail mark over there, and I do apologize for not putting down some form of a measurement. There we go. Probably about 11 centimeters. Let's see who can get this right. Gavin, leopard left. No, it's not a leopard. Leopards have got 3 lobes. Not that the sand is very easy to draw 3 lobes in. 3 lobes. This individual has got 2 lobes, very clearly 2, and leopards, you will not see the claw mark over there. The claw mark and the toes are quite well pinched together. Heather, well, a lion as well has got 3 lobes on the back. And lion is actually normally a lot bigger than this one. So we shall show you. I wonder if anyone's going to get it this afternoon. I know many of you have got your tracking books out. You're paging through quickly to see if you can find the answer. And those of you who do get it right, I am very happy. Here we go. 11 centimeters. Jerome, my man. Jerome has got it right. It is indeed the left foot of a hyena. Now, the hyena's got this double lobe at the back over here, and the toes pinch the sole together. The claw marks are evident. And this track over here is the left foot. If you take your hand and you put it in, 1 toe, 2 toes, the longest finger is the hand that you're on. If you put your right hand in there, it just doesn't quite work. And you see that. If I look at the book, you notice that this over here is a right foot, and That one shows right, but it's back. So it's a bit confusing. So we won't look at that one right now because that one just throws off everything we've been talking about. But right foot definitely there. And this is most certainly a left foot hyena. And I hope that makes a lot of sense. If not, we shall detail it a little bit more. But we will be running through a few more tracks this afternoon.
Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton. He's a big unit. Got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And yeah, we put that land cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of the head, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Good afternoon, everyone. And off we go. Everybody's running, my goodness. Chaos on quarantine, I tell you. Good afternoon, my name is Lauren and I do have Davi on camera. There's lots happening on quarantine. We've got a troop of baboons causing trouble, chasing the kudu. And of course Impala looking very alarmed now, just in case they really are causing trouble. There are some wildebeest on the other side, but I wonder if we should just loop round and try and see if we can catch those baboons. I do enjoy baboon sightings. Not of them in camp, but out in the wild. I do. Wendy is still surviving, which is fabulous news. And it's naturally very, very hot right now, so I think between Andrew and myself, we will be checking water bodies. I'd love to have an elephant sighting. And then I want to go back to Chitwa. I'm convinced that those hyenas, which was Luca and Kaikau, thank you, James Richard, were onto something. They were up to something. And I've got a really big feeling that there is a leopard, if not more than one, on Chitwa. So I think a little bit later, when it's more sort of accepted to be crossing into other people's properties, we shall cross it. I'm going to go round Davi. It's just a tad early to be going into other people's properties right now, but Chitwa is essentially where I wanted to be. I do have a beautiful lady called Queen with me today. And a little bit later on, she will be jumping in the hot seat for an interview drag. Not right now, but a little bit later. So I'll get to meet her. I think these baboons are just causing chaos. Mandy, you're saying you would love to catch up with the hyenas. Oh, I know, me too. I was so excited today. We had a really, what I would call, epic sighting of the hyenas. Luca and Kaikau, 2 males that have been around the Djuma clan quite some time, immigrant males. And they had their tails up, they were running, they were chasing, just a real sort of epic hyena moment. And the car broke down. It was rather sad. We managed to get it going again, but it's not safe to have a sort of unstable car, if you like, out here in the wild. If you know that it's not going to turn on, you can't really approach wild animals. But luckily, Opa to the rescue. So yes, Mandy, I would love to catch up with some Djuma clanners. They're in the south, between Chitwa and Little Gowrie. That's where they're all hanging out. For some reason, none of them are hanging out on Djuma. I bet you're happy, Kudu. But even Ribbon, this entire stint, I've been here 6 weeks now, almost 6 weeks, and no Ribbon. Not once did I get to see Ribbon. I saw Corky, Braveheart, and Tima's son, Novella. I actually not even seen Heart. I've seen June plenty times. There's definitely some individuals that I haven't managed to catch up with in a long time, which is very sad for me. Good afternoon, Kudu. Quite heavy walkers. If you look at her, look at the power she's got in her sort of front legs when she's walking. They are quite heavy walkers. They're not exactly light on their feet. So we're going to head to Treehouse Dam, I think, our first water body, and we're going to send you guys over to Steve.
Thanks, Lauren. Well, welcome back, everybody. We've got another track here, and this one is going to confuse a few. Going to confuse a few of us. That's all right. Sometimes we need a bit of confusion. We've got a back pad over here that's not very evenly spaced at the back. There's the 4 toes, 1, 2, 3, 4. But what is interesting is that it seems to have stepped on its front foot. There's its front foot, back foot. The measurement is 5.5 centimeters. And then here it's stepped again, front foot, back foot, and there again, front foot, back foot, which is a little bit tricky because it can confuse some of us with regards to what animal this might be. And I'm not sure if I've done this one with you before recently. I have done it before on the show, but the way this animal's stepping could quite easily make you think it is a jackal. But a jackal, you'd be able to put this through quite easily, but it doesn't go through there in a straight line. And this way, it doesn't go through in a straight line. A lot of sediment is pushed up, which means this animal was moving quite quickly. It's pushed all that sediment up as it was sort of jogging. And this is the track of an animal that we don't get to see very often. I have seen here not here in Pridelets, but in Djuma I've seen quite a few. But this is the normal gait that the track should be, sort of. They're not supposed to step on each other because they aren't designed like a jackal. They don't hop or lope. They walk, and you get these 2 tracks like that. And in the sand, the back pad doesn't look very clear, and you get the nail marks pushing forward. And once again, you can't join through the middle, but they push up a lot of sediment in the bottom. And this is the track of a white-tailed mongoose. Active at night, very, very active at night. And very, very cool species to be seen. But you will confuse them with the black-backed jackal. But black-backed jackal's got that perfect symmetrical track. If I cut this in half, it's not going to be very symmetrical. Left and right don't look the same, whereas a jackal most certainly does. So what is confusing in this track is the fact that it is stepping on its front foot, which is an indication that this animal was actually running, sort of running along. Normally they're shuffling, they're just moving around, ferreting around, where the name mongoose or ferret comes from, just ferreting around looking for food. Here, the gait is one of an animal moving quite quickly. I'll quickly find the jackal for you, and hopefully we can compare the two. Before we send you to Andrew, we'll show you what I mean by thickness of the track. There in the jackal track, you can clearly see in between. You can easily put an X. The track is easily cut in half, down the middle, perfect. In the sand here, look how beautiful that track is. Very, very pretty track, even in the mud over there. Clearly see how you can go through. So apart from the size and the shape and the way it's moving, very different track indeed. We're going to send you over to Andrew.
Great. Good luck with those trekking there, Steve. So we still carrying on doing a bumble around here, and then still no luck. I was hoping actually to find some elephants around here just before I moved to the western sector. With some elephants that the tracks was on the Galagov pen. And maybe they move out of here because it's been a long day already. So what I would do, we drive uphill so we can see far on the other side. It's very nice and open, so if it is animals on the far side, you were able to pick it up. And this is where maybe all the antelope species, they rely on getting up on top of this termite mound and then see around them. It's always important. The antelope, they worry about getting hunted, that's all. So saving their lives is very important. Especially those are solitary, not being in a group, find themselves very difficult to get around here, survive, because they don't have a helper to look out once they're there. They only have to take care of themselves, looking, feeding at the same time. It can be quite a challenge. You're asking would the predators go close to water? They can. So a lot of time, even lions, pride, you see them lying not far from the water. So what they aiming for, whoever would come to drink, so they would hunt it down. So they don't actually got inside the water for cool off, but if there is enough shade around the watering hole, they may take it easy there. I've seen lions close to the watering hole pretty much a whole day, not to move around a lot. 3 male impala here. Just see what they're up to, because we're in a process of looking for a cat around here. So every time you spend time with these such antelopes, you may not know what is behind them. They can actually get hunted any time of the day, night and day. Where these predators we have here, leopards, they can still do hunt even at daylight like this. But it looks like it just had 3 males, but what is good about them, so Daniel, you're asking would impalas eat the parasite that they get off their skin? I doubt if they eat that. They would register if it's a teak, then can't get out of their teeth stuck. They may actually mix with these food that they eat. They won't have time to actually pluck it off, I guess, but a lot of time they would just get rid of this parasite out of their skin on the ground. Also by licking themselves. It's our ideal of getting rid of the parasite. Fell off to the ground. Baboon, those are the one with the monkeys. They may actually eat ticks and things like that if they get out of their skin. So this is what we were just talking about, being in a group. Now we see more than 2 impalas here. They are taking it easy, as you can see. 2 of them, maybe one would eat, and then the 2 they will scan around. And then what's a way of survival? And his ears, it works well. Hearing it's phenomenal. But with the wind that's picking up, it can be a little bit difficult for them to understand what is going on around them. That's why they will concentrate on listening around than feeding. When it's wind, chance of predators to get your hunt, it's always great. They would need wind, so they won't waste a lot of energy stocking in, especially at night. Pouring of rain, storm, they will love those, to hunt through those ones. But when it's deadly quiet, they move carefully when they stalk. So we're just going to carry on along these 2 tracks here. We're going to check the northern boundary and head straight west. And then just before I go, it just sounded like this one. They had alarm call where they're looking in. Only once. It sounded like another impala's in a way distances, giving alarm call. Can be or can be not that very much serious about, because it was only once where if there is something nearby that they spotted, that alarm call, it's going about and then continuously. sometimes when they do that alarm call, as they get out of their scene immediately, depending how thicker or how open it is in the area where they are. And by jumping off the area, if they get attacked, they can jump up to 2.5 to 3 meters, and then that is actually a very good jump. And they just move off the area, and as they do that kind of a communications warning sound, that sound can be respected by many different birds, other species that they may be around, so that they're aware of could be maybe danger around.
No luck at Treehouse Dam, I'm afraid. I'm rather sad. I was really hoping that there would be some ellies. But that's okay, we're going to check all the other water bodies, scratch around for Batilda, although she's flying far and wide now. She's a big girl. And then eventually head into Chitwa and see what we can find. It is just so wintry, honestly. I just have been driving, realizing how barren the landscape really is. It's almost like it's naked now. Not completely, but it's extremely barren. I didn't quite anticipate it would dry up so quickly, to be honest with you. It was such a lush summer, such a green summer, so much water. I really thought that possibly in winter it might retain some of that density, if you like, but no. Stripped bare to what it always was. No moisture. No matter how much moisture you have in the summer, even when winter comes, although the dams are full, no moisture in the air, the ground is drying up, and it is just so barren. I love seeing change, visibly. Changes in the season. Before we know it, spring will be rolling round again. Okay, I'm going to scratch the southern boundary. 1, because I love it, and 2, I want to find elephants. I didn't get that, Darby, did you?
Any elephants have
3 horns. Do elephants have horns? 3 horns? That is a very confusing question, Whitemane. Elephants do not have horns. I thought you said elephant. Not that I'm aware of, unless there's a genetic sort of mutation there. I'm not aware of any animals that do have 3 horns. I thought you said elephants, which was very confusing. Either 1 or 2 that I know of. I can't think of any other examples that have 3. Talking of elephants, maybe I thought you said that because I really want to see them. You can see some tracks, but very, very old tracks. Normally when you find them on the property in the morning, they haven't moved too far by the afternoon. You can normally catch up with the herd of elephants. I think the dam canyon will be a very good place to watch for them coming because it's hot today. I'm in shorts. Gone are those days we had beanies, scarves, hot water bottles. That was only a few weeks ago. Lucy, to see tracks, I would say it's pretty easy all year round, except when it's been raining. The summer rains make it really, really difficult for us. It's almost impossible, actually, on the wet ground. But when it's not been raining, I would say it's easy to spot the tracks in both summer and winter. But to actually track to follow them is probably easier in winter. I would say so. Just because you can see much further. It's really, really not thick or dense. And sometimes you can see the tracks going right off and get an indication of where they're going. So I would say winter, definitely. But you can see the tracks in summer. You absolutely can track, but not after the rains. That's my least favorite time of year to be on dry. I love the rains. I love watching the rains. I love being in my room, feeling that, smelling the petrichor, seeing life just flourish, the grass shoots, the insects. I love that, but I don't enjoy driving in the rains. And all the animals are hiding, and it's wet and soggy. That's my least favorite time of year. As I look for my elephants, I believe Andrew has found what he was looking for.
So everybody, we got another giraffe here. Same species, but a different animal. Far from where we started, from Gary Dam. So, but there's another male right on the fire break. But with the giraffe, very interesting things about them. So when they move very differently to most animals. They would even a lot closer to the camel, the way they move. If you look these legs, how they switch them. One side at the same time, another side at the same time. You may cross the road while we're here. We're just going to take it easy. Giraffe, they're very tall animals. They need variety of very tall trees around here, such as the thorn trees, acacias, nigracis trees, which is all the Zazinfa macronatus, this type. But with this tongue, they have very prehensils, and then it's very long. Can be about 45 inches, so it's for giraffe to use it. It's just so amazing how he just mixed with these foliage, all brushes there. So everybody, in the meantime, while we're looking at the giraffe, let's go across to Lauren, who she find what she was looking for.
I found what I was looking for. And I've also been Googling three-horned animals. Thank you, White Mane. This is all your fault. Apparently, any organism that has more than two horns is called a polycerate. I did not know that. And there was a sheep. Some breeds have more than two horns. And there was a Shetland sheep that had many, many horns and apparently went on to kill people. See, I'm in this dark internet hole now, White Mane. And apparently there's an example of goats who had as many as 8 horns. An 8-horned goat. but this was thought to be a genetic rarity which has been inherited over time. And there's also an Austrian goat with 4 horns. I'm going to stop now, everyone, because this hole is getting darker and darker. I'm going to have lots of dreams of 8-horned goats coming to kill people in the night. I don't know where I got elephants from earlier. But elephants, as you know, generally have 2 tusks. You would not call them horns. But some can be tuskless. Some can be 1-tusked. And we can't really see this one, can we? Because we are getting a rear end view. Oh, the internet, such a wonderful place. Elephants? Why are you not coming closer to this side? We're actually quite close. I guess we're not that close to twin dams. I'd really, really love to see elephants by a water body today. I don't want to see any with 3 horns. It's funny when you pick up a question wrong and your mind just goes in a completely wrong direction. But polyturate, that's a new word for me. Polycerate, sorry. They're on the little Gary side. As with everything else, I think. I thought we were going to get another horn joke there. But Lindsay, you love watching the elephants eat. Yes, so do I, but I do prefer when the views are a little bit better. I wonder if we go forward, Dov, and turn our car and turn our nose in. What do you think?
We can try.
I don't think Davy thinks this is going to work, but we can try. You may have been right, Davy. How is this? Ah, we did it. There's one straight ahead as well. At 2 o'clock. There we go. It's open, it's barren, the fire breaks have been burned, but when you're trying to view an elephant, it's still not entirely the easiest thing to do. But I wonder if we do just stick with this herd, they may actually pop out at Twin Dams or head in that direction. I don't think there's any water left in Baboon Pan. Water stayed in all of these small pans for a long time, but it's drying up now. Mike, you're saying the Nubian giraffe is known as a 3-horned giraffe. Northern. I thought you said Nubian. I'm guessing that is due to the ossicones. See, I don't call them horns, but it is called the 3-horned giraffe. Aha. See, now look at the topic, white man. Look at what you've done. The northern giraffe, native to North Africa. When you look at it, it does actually look like a normal giraffe, but you can see it has a really sort of bulbous, enlarged, horny plate in front of its eyes, which makes it look like it's got 3 horns. But of course, it's not actually horns. So, does that mean that it's a 3-horned animal? Mike, you win so far, but I mean, I was pretty impressed with my goat story and my sheep story. But you win so far with the northern giraffe. And there we go, we're starting to see the herd now, but sadly they are moving in the direction we don't really want them to. Come to Djuma, guys. The vegetation's extra delicious that way. Bran, Heather? I believe not. Elephants are very mobile animals and they rely on the herd. Sometimes when you have a question about wildlife and you want to try and put the pieces together before you go to Google, because it's a very dark place, you've got to try and think, okay, what's the most important thing to an elephant? And an elephant, it's the herd life. Even when you're a male, a young male, it's all about the herd. So because they do move great distances for food and water each day, led by the matriarch, she's the one with all that sort of deep, intrinsic, environmental knowledge, cultural knowledge. She's the one, and she leads the herd. And giving birth is obviously quite the process, especially when you're that size with a gestation period of 22 months. For you to separate from that herd, like a hippo, for example, take a baby moon for 2 weeks and then come back to your herd, that's going to be really difficult. You may not find your herd. Not only that, you won't have them for protection. You're now on your own, you've recently given birth, and you don't have any other support to help protect your little calf. Your tiny little calf. I mean, you're big enough, but predators will spot that a mile away. So, no, they don't. They do separate a little bit. I mean, they'll move just slightly off from the herd. If you watch videos, you'll see that the herd actually gives the mother who's giving birth a little bit of space, but they don't separate like a hippo or take a baby moon or like an impala, because it leaves them far too vulnerable. They need the herd. And normally quite soon after birth, believe it or not, the other members of the herd, females, will come and greet and welcome the baby. Welcome to the world, little one. It's actually very touching. But they all stand guard. Normally all the adults are in the vicinity. They know what's happening. They know she's giving birth, and they know that it could attract the attention of predators. Elephants, I am lurking on the boundary for you guys. I've become a professional lurker since working with WildEarth. Okay, I'm not entirely sure this is going to work in my favor, but I am going to see if we can stick with this elephant herd.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast Karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
The scribe here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when he finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then, that was the opportunity of the scribe. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Delivering 6 hours of HD wildlife content live every day is no small feat. It's a massive team effort, and we all rely on one another. Cam ops have a bit of work to do in the morning, up nice and early, get all the checks out of the way, and make sure we're ready to go live. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, we found some very cool tracks in the dirt. As we walk the line, see if any of you can guess what they are. Animal is moving quite quickly, and we look at it over here. There's the one foot and the other foot, and the claw marks are really, let me find the one with the claw marks. Claw marks are really quite far forward. There's one foot, here it is, beautiful P shape in the foot there, then the toes, and here are the nails all the way over there. There's the toes there, and there are the nails. This animal is generally always on the move. Here's another good example of it over here. A very nice P shape in the track. See if anybody can guess this. This is the front foot. The back foot is stepped on top of it. Animal is loping. Something is also, let's have a look at the size, shall we? There. Probably 10, 11 with the nails. Maybe even more. Maybe even up to 12 with the nails. Moving quite quickly. When you have a look at how this animal moves, we can confuse it with another animal, but the way this animal's moving, look at the distance from there to there to there. So almost if you put a stick down, you get it running on a straight line. Whereas the one animal we confuse this with would have a step there and would have stepped here again and then there. Not really able to move as quickly as this animal. And I might give you all a hint. It is my favorite animal in the world. There we go. You're just given a very big clue there. There's the P and the pads. See the proximal pads over here? The other animal that people confuse it with has got an extra addition of a pad there, which makes it almost like a B shape. Julia has got honey badger. Indeed, Julia is indeed a honey badger. And there was a second one as well that was running on the other side, but these are the most clear tracks. There's one over there. These are the most clear of the tracks. And honey badgers, unless they are slowing down and ferreting like that of the white-tailed mongoose, are generally loping in this very fast, on a straight line sort of movement. A porcupine shuffles. They didn't develop all of their quills over evolutionary history to run around. They do move, but they don't run. When they're threatened, they stand very still. So porcupine would have been 1, 2, 3. And the nice, interesting one that we remember is a badger is a P. I know it's very confusing. And a porcupine is the B. So that's how we remember it. And let me show you in the book. A honey badger. Can you see the P? It's not always the most clear, but see how far ahead the nails are in the track. Honey badger, my absolute favorite of all times. And they are out and about. Crepuscular, nocturnal, diurnal. They can be active at any time of day because honey badgers are just the boss. Okay, we're going to move on and we're going to send you over to someone else who's on the move.
Good luck, Steve, there with honey badger tracks. They're also one of the interesting animals to tracks, and they're also their tracks very unique. And then we also on a bumble, but trekking, see what the boundary has for us. Anything that may cross from the west to the east into Djuma, I think we'll find out. While we're working in this area also, this is where the lines has crossed into Aratuza from the far end, where we believe if there's a chance of these buffalo maybe came into Djuma, and this lion may be interested on following them back to Djuma again. So with the trekking, it's with us today here. one. You're asking if it's common to see lions attacking giraffe. I've seen lion hunt giraffe, and then we missed that, how they do that, bring it down, because we have to drown down there, and the minute we get there, it was already down. But giraffe also, they're one of the tall and long-legged animals, so they actually need a lot of experienced lions to deal with hunting giraffe. So, but once these lions, they get used to hunting giraffe quite a lot, and then you would have a lot of evidence of maybe watching them do that. So it can be difficult if they don't really know how to deal with hunting giraffe, because giraffe can also kick bad. Even though giraffe sometimes run, can be not really easy for lions to kill it. So in the meantime, guys, let's send you across to Lauren, who is at the dam while we're still bumbling around.
It's all happening at twin dams. Woo! Egyptian goose taking a bath and a harrier hawk in the background. It's nice to see these birds on the ground. I must say, you see harrier... Let's go for a drink. Or is it? What are you doing with your talons? Oh no, and off we go, just like that. Wow. You very often see them in flight, of course. They're really easy to identify in flight just due to their unique shape, the tail, the wingspan. You often see them clinging onto trees vertically, but it's very rare, I would say, to see one on the ground. I don't know if I've actually ever seen one on the ground. What are you up to? Something in his left leg, or is it injured? Can you see that? It's very difficult for us to see because we're looking into the sun. Maybe FC can help. He's got one leg up. He's either holding on to something or the leg is injured. FC, do you guys see that? Okay, he's not holding on. Maybe there's an injury there, but he is using it. And he definitely wasn't holding on to anything, but now he's using it. He definitely wants either a drink or something from this water body. They're so magnificent. We just watched a pair of battaliers have a big clash in the sky. It was at quite a distance, though. They're almost as marvelous as battaliers, but not quite. I want to see what it's up to. For some birds of prey, it's dangerous to be on the ground. You don't want to be grounded. You're an aerial predator, but the minute you're on the ground, you lose your sort of advantage. He's doing that with his leg again. Jasmine, they're not. Battle ears are definitely bigger. Definitely bigger in quite a number of ways. I can check my bird app for the exact size. I don't know their size is off by heart. Battle ears are definitely bigger. Okay, so a harrier hawk comes in at about 750 grams and it's said to be 63 centimeters. Okay, and then battle ear comes in at 2.25 kg. That's a lot heavier. But again, 63 centimeters. So a much heavier bird, but similar in height. There you go. Battle ears have got much bigger heads. Definitely got a more stockier body. This is actually a really lovely sighting. I just don't know what it's doing. Marisa, you're saying, looks like it has muddy feet. I think so. I think you're right on that one. When we first arrived, it was actually paddling, if you like. It was walking in the wet, muddy sort of bottom of the dam. But then he flew off. That harrier hawks are renowned for their specialization of literally going for eggs, eating eggs of other birds that are in nests or in tree cavities. They're excellent at doing that. Not necessarily the bigger birds, definitely not birds of prey, but birds like waxbills all the way up to herons. Even weavers are very famous for robbing weavers' nests of their eggs. So they're gorgeous to us, but they're definitely not popular with other birds. I think maybe there is an injury to that other leg, or it's just really cool to just stand on one leg. It's also possible. Maybe that's what the cool kids do. Dean, you're saying it's like he rolled his pants up to step in the water. That's also possible. Those bare naked leggies. Or maybe the water's cold. A lot of birds stand on one leg because, well, if they didn't stand on any, they would fall over. But they stand on one leg because of thermoregulation reasons. Like your storks. It's said to have a thermoregulatory sort of purpose. Maybe the water's really, really cold. Or he's rolled his pants up. You can see his underpants here, the stripy part. I don't think I've ever seen a harrier hawk on the ground for this long. Has he got his body weight resting? It's tricky to see. Maybe he's just having a day by the pool. I could do it one of those. It is Sunday after all. Oh! That's more like it. What an interesting and fascinating little sighting. We're gonna head on to Chitwa now.
it's always interesting being on foot, walking through the wilderness. Something that everybody needs to try at least once in their life. There are some incredibly wild places still left in this world. Something very special about being able to walk in them.
So we're still on the Bumble. We've done the whole entire western boundary. There's nothing. A lot of impalas tracks that we're walking about across to the west, back to the east again. So now I'm going to make my way down to one of the watering hole, Treehouse Dam, that area. I only found out these buffalo, they actually move far west from the boundary itself, so maybe the lions, when they get immobile from where they are now, they may be maybe interested on following the buffalo further west to that side where we can't go. Actually, they're in Aratusa area, the lions. So you're asking, when did I see my first lion? So yeah, my first lion, I saw my first pride of lion a while ago. Yeah, many years ago there, before I even became a tracker. It used to be at the pride. It's called Squitana Pride. It means a limping pride. It's Squitana Pride in this area. And they're not exist anymore. They're all just off the whole gene pool of the pride. So yeah, that was a long time ago. I can't, maybe 2004, 2003 there, somewhere that side, way in the back. So that was my first lions, but they were strong pride. I can tell you they were a member of 4 females, and they were capable of dealing with buffaloes a lot. And that's where I experienced how 4 lioness can fight buffalo, battling, killing buffalo for 3 hours in one of the airstrip up in the north. But then from there we actually seen a lot of different prides come in. So you're asking with the Arathusa would be any meaning in Shangaan or something. So Arathusa, I'm not sure what language is it. What does it mean? And that I'm not too sure. But we see the logo there with the hippo logo. So it could be something related to maybe meaning a hippos, but I'm not sure what language is that then. But I doubt it's not a Shangaan. I would know exactly what is it if it was a Shangaan, because I'm a Shangaan spoken person. So since we had this pride cross over to Arathusa there, and the dark man also, his tracks were seen crossing over to the north, possibly inside Manyelete also. Oh yeah, so that Arathusa, it seems like it's coming from the northern Sotho, meaning we are happy. Wow, so cool that I didn't know that, so it's very good to know. That is Arathusa meaning, oh, healthy. Healthy, all right. Health, that's what they say meaning in the northern Sotho. That's Arathusa meaning health. Well, it's a good name, I think. So I was about to say that since we had this pride crossing over to that Arathusa area, and if there's a chance we may have them back again, depending on where, you know, they're going to go when they're mobile. And there is a Torchwood pride on the far east of this area. I haven't actually met them yet. So there is also the Nkohoma pride, which also occur in the far south of us. And once all of these are out, maybe there will be a chance that the leopard would come in quite a lot. It's not that we don't like lions, we'll want them, and so cool to watch. But for a change, we may need also a sporty animal, which is a leopard. Now the leopard, they move solitary, but they are sneaky always sometimes. They are even sneak more than the lions do. The reason it's so sneaky is because of their hunting habits. They have to be in one of these tall grasses, thick bushes, for them to be able to hunt. correctly. The lion, they have a chance of surround because they're in pride, they're in group. And other animals I was thinking of finding around here was a chance of the dogs, but I doubt if there's a chance, because this one, they move but they run always on their run, and they can sometimes reach distance, far distances, but just because of the energy they have, and they only move during a daily basis, in the daylight, for that hunt. So I'm not so sure if these three that we saw 3 weeks ago, whether they're around or how far they're gone.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back, everybody. Time for another track. It is one of those days. Preparing you all, if you've missed the beginning of our show, preparing you all for a field observation tomorrow morning. So make sure you tune in for that. We will be testing your tracking skills. Here we've got a track with the toes. See the size. We've got another one up ahead, which we'll have a look at. Here it is. Here is the size. There's the back. There is the front. Looking at about 13 centimeters. And if you look clearly, you'll be able to see 1, 2, 3 lobes over there. But now what I would like to know from you today is this is 2 questions: species and left or right. Species, left or right. So jackal, right. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the word jackal, because this is definitely not a jackal. Remember to have a look at your hand when doing so. And the size should be a very, very good indication. And I'll make it easy for you. It is a female. It is a female. Males are much bigger. So it should set your mind at ease with regards to some of the small animals you might have thought it is. Hashtag WildEarth, throw it in on the YouTube chat stream. While we wait for your answers, what's very cute over here is to see this little hyena. Now this is a little hyena. The 1 foot. Sharon, you reckon a right-foot leopard is way too big for a leopard? Really, really big leopard over here. But you are correct in saying the right. When we do this, you can see which is the longest toe. This one over here is the longest. So my right hand fits in there nicely. My left hand would struggle. So it is definitely the right foot. But the size here should make it very easy for you to identify. Remember, a male leopard only gets up to 10 centimeters. A female up to 8 or so. Can be a bit smaller. But this animal, females get up to 12.5 or so, 13. Males can get up to 15, 16 centimeters if they're really big, especially in the front feet. Today is the 8th of the 8th. And it is indeed Lion's Gate today. Lion's Gate portal. The 8th of the 8th. Huge alignment of many of the stars and the moon. All linked to the Sphinx in Egypt and the alignment. Indeed, Ian, we've got a lion with the right foot over here. Nice, and it's a lioness. We made it easy for you this afternoon, but if you can't see it clearly, there's the 3 lobes over there. And it's not very fresh. It's from a few days ago. There's the track. Male lions have also got a lot more sort of space in here, this negative space, and we don't see any claws sticking out, but the male would be almost the size of the circle that I've drawn. Maybe not that big, but they are noticeably bigger. But have a look at this cute little hyena over here. It's probably only just started leaving home. Here is the right foot. There is the left foot as they walk, crossing over the right and the left. Very cute little fellow. You can see the size difference in hyena versus lion. Although it's not a very big hyena, you can see the size. The size there is close on 8 centimeters for a little fellow. Okay, well, we're going to carry on and see what else we can find for you and send you over to Lauren.
We've made it to Chitwa Dam. It's not just Mr. Hippo we have here, but we have a huge herd of buffalo wallowing at the other side. So we are going to go around a little bit later and visit the buffalo. But they're right at the other side. I like seeing a big herd of buffalo, especially when they're wallowing, especially when they're in the water. And I'm also convinced there's other activity on Chitwa, but I'll need to scratch around. We're a little bit behind the times since we broke down on this very spot this morning. But the next time you see Team Wendy, it will be with Queen in the hot seat. And the seat is hot because I've been sitting in it. Queen will be doing her interview drive and we will switch out. And then we're going to go around and show you all the buffalo that are thoroughly enjoying Chitwa Dam as much as I am. Okay, so we're going to bumble around to the other side, and I believe Andrew has also made it to a dam.
Great, everybody, and so cool that. Lauren, good luck. And then with the Queen next time would be on the shore, and then that would be great to see her. And then we got her here, we're sitting here on the Treehouse Dam, and then what we've seen, it's a bird, a blacksmith lapwing. So I'm just not sure if it's sitting on its eggs there, because it was actually moving around, and then sometimes they do that, and when it confuse you, they would lead you away and then pretend like the nest is so far away they're going. Meanwhile, you're actually driving away from their nest. Sorry with the wind again, so it's very wind, so my microphone is all blowing off by the wind. So sitting up, maybe we can see whether there's eggs in there, because they also nest on the ground. And they usually pair around here into this watering hole. Yeah, there's another one there, probably just basking or just getting warm, because also this one just doing the same there. One of the birds that can be very noisy, especially against the jackals. These one and the crowned lapwing, they can attack human if you're around their nest. Can be an aggressive little bird sometimes. And again, you're asking with the male and the female take turns sitting on the nest. I'm not sure. I'm going to double check that there, but I think most of birds, ground birds, they usually do that. Some stock, they take turns. So both male and the female, they would incubate their eggs. And they're very noisy. When they do that sound, they sounded like a knocking of metals, but they're very harsh. And they can do that by flying off, doing that kind of a knocking sound, like a metal when they're up in the air, but also when they're on the ground as well. And I can lie up to about 2 eggs. but they would feed on various different insects. Around the watering hole, they feed on these worms, such as the earthworms. They'll be asking would they breed all year round, so once a year, in spring pretty much. So that's what they breed most. But you do find a nest in the open, can be maybe 100 yards away from the watering hole or close to the watering hole itself. And then they also have another problem with them. They're like cranes. They have a very, thin legs. And then his legs are pretty much not really strong. They can break quite often. And once that break off, difficult to repair. May limp forever though. And their eggs, they're slightly creamish. Rowan, you're asking, isn't that risky for them nesting on the ground? It can be risky because then you got a lot of animal that may go after these eggs, such as the snakes, but their eggs, they're very well camouflaged. You're able to step on them because then they're not visible. So most of all these ground birds, sorry about the wind, the chance of them making their chicks survive, it's a way of how do they take care of them. Most of their chicks, they're more likely to be like type of grass that they're in the area. With this one is eggs. It's slightly deeper, creamer, but with a little spot in them. But they have a kind of like a unique way of how do they defend this nest and their eggs. Whenever it's a jackal around here, where jackal can be very much main predators for these birds' eggs. And once these birds notice that there is a danger around, such as the jackals, would fly around, maybe land on the ground, but such a call they make, and then pretend like they're leading away and they go lie down, stood up again, move off. That's a way of maybe telling that predators maybe the eggs are here where I'm lying, meanwhile then it's moving away from its nest. So there is a way of protecting these nests. So we're just gonna sit here, see maybe the other one is not actually standing up at the moment, it's just doing the same. So, and also they can move around at night. But sitting here at this very beautiful watering hole, can be a few different birds coming to drink. It's coming actually very late for most birds to be active, such as a starling. They're taking their last feed before the sun go down. These are birch-hole starlings. And these are seed-eater bird. So always birch-hole starling has a very long tail compared to Gloucester starling and greater blue-eared starling. But when they're fruit ripe, they will participate on fruit around these trees, such as the guarri bushes fruits and white berry bushes as well, which they produce such white berries, and this bird will love them so much. And birch-hole starling then don't really migrate. They stick around here, winter and the summer.
Welcome back, everybody. We are just on the mission through the middle of this block. Been on the trail of those honey badger tracks for some time, and they were moving. It'd be quite something to be able to spot a couple of honey badgers, I reckon, on foot. How would you feel about that, Giraffe? That's one of the reasons why I carry a stick. Historically, or still today, many of the guys I've worked with, specifically the trackers, have an enormous fear of honey badgers on foot, because you've probably heard the story before. It's a very well-known tale. Honey badgers are quite well known to go for the genital area. I've never seen it in a human. I've never heard of it happening with a human, but there is tale of a honey badger hurting or immobilizing a buffalo by going for its genitals. And so most of the gentlemen I've worked with in my life are quite afraid of honey badgers on foot. And I had an incident last year, which was quite exciting, with honey badgers, and no one was injured. Not me or the honey badger. Actually, 2 incidences with honey badgers on foot last year. Nothing to report except for incredible amounts of excitement. They are quite ferocious on foot. They make a lot of noise, they'll growl, they'll shout at you, but they won't invariably attack you, that I've noticed. White mane, there's one sighting I think that made me laugh the most was when I was with Sebastian Rombi, was our cameraman. It's actually a nice place to detail that story. And Trishala was actually in the sighting as well. We were watching some elephants, and the elephant heard. Trish was in front of me, and we were parked. There was an elephant, a young elephant, that was busy rolling on a termite mound. It was rolling on the termite mound and somehow went all the way over the top and fell down on this side. An elephant bull of about 16 years of age rolled over the termite mound and fell on the floor. And I just couldn't speak for about 3 minutes. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen, because he stood up after making enormous noise. He stood up and was like looking around going, Why is everybody laughing at me? And Seb managed to just get the camera there in time to see that happen. And I think that is still probably one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Elephant rubbing itself on a termite mound, went over and completely overcompensated and fell on the other side. So as you can tell, it's still quite humorous. But little diggings like this one, potentially from mongoose. Small diggings like this, nothing too much in the way of a digging. Not an aardvark would make quite a nice big hole, almost like this one over here. And honey badgers also like to dig out sections. We found some dung beetle balls that were dug out the other day. So that's the thing with tracks. When you look at animals' tracks, you can tell a lot by their behavior, because the behavior is also detailed by the track. Because the animal's got claws. What do they use the claws for? Are the claws retractable? Retractable claws normally mean for catching animals and bringing them down, like lions and leopards. Non-retractable or protractile, when they stay out, should I say. Oh, watch out, there's a hole there. It means they're normally used for climbing or for running fast. Leopards' claws obviously are for climbing, and they pull them back in again. Whereas a cheetah uses them for speed, only has this one as a sharp claw. So you don't often see a leopard claws out, but cheetahs, you do. Okay, we're going to carry on here, see if we can bump into our honey badgers while we go back to Andrew on the move.
Good luck, Steve. So, topping up on that finest sightseeing I've ever heard. It reminded me of also that lion pride we used to have around here, that's Tswalu Pride, where they, since they were very successful on hunting these type of buffaloes, actually it happens one of the morning for 3 females to do that, killing buffalo, like 3 buffaloes in the morning. And me to see it happen, and that was not actually the drought that we now think of. Maybe the animal was so weak couldn't fight back. So they were also very much healthy buffalo that. And then all we seen that morning, so we in one of the dam there, what's called Kayamanzi, on the northern side there. So that, Tswalu Pride, first they went for that buffalo, female buffalo, they killed it. And then the rest of the herd turned around, where we know exactly how damage usually the herd can do in terms of defending one another. So what we've seen there, they left that one, the first kill that they actually were about to make, which he was still kicking. Then because of then getting disturbed, they just leave it and still kicking there. And they chase the whole herd again back. And then I'm gonna top up that. In the meantime, let's go across to Queenie. She's new in the show for everybody.
We've got a beautiful big herd of buffaloes here at Chuta Dam. We're slightly losing them. They're heading a little bit into the thicket. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Queen Manyike with David behind the camera.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us. So we've just come across this big, beautiful herd of buffalo. See the females there looking at us across the road. Buffaloes are also one of my favorite because they stay close to each other, especially when predators try to attack them. What I like about them is that they defend each other. They don't just let go of their members so easily, which is quite interesting. I'm gonna try maybe drive a little bit forward and see if we can get a better view. I see one on my side here with the nice big horns. Oops, why are you running? They're probably startled by the sound of the engine. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. Sorry. Sure, look at the horns. They're massive. Look at that. You can almost make 8 out of that horns. Interesting, eh? So buffaloes fall into a family Bovidae. Both male and female have horns, but they look different. So that helps to tell the distinct between the male and the female. Let me try and get a little bit close. They seem to be running away from us. I don't know why. But yeah, as we try to get too close, maybe if you get a view of them, you'll see with the females, their horns in the middle, they're very flat. They're not as big as the male ones. Let me try to go a little bit forward, so we can get a nice view of them. Just gonna try and go a little bit slow so they don't get startled like before. Let me try and stop here. Nice. So that one we're looking at now. That one we're looking at now, it was actually a male, but a young male. I'm sure you could see from the middle part, it was still growing. So the male one tend to have a big part on the middle part of the horns, which is called a boss. And I have to say, they actually look like a boss. So buffaloes,
The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lines, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. These lions had killed a kuru, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So we're still bumbling around here and hoping to find anything. It's still quiet. So we're gonna keep on now. We have changed plans where we were working on a far east cut line and then search around. We know that area. Sometimes Thandi, she can be seen maybe moving around. This is where she hang around. Kalamba also, this is where she normally also hang around. So we're just trying it lucky. But it's quiet for everyone, so I was talking to the other guys just to get an update of what they have seen, but then there's nothing, so it's all about carrying on. Look, but we have another watering hole to visit, which is a March. So you commenting saying that you're really hoping to see Kalamba. That would be really cool, And then I know she sometimes spend a lot of time in this society on the eastern side, and then also part of the Torchwood, that area. But it hasn't been actually sighting that I know of for the last couple of days. You never know, because leopards, they move also during the day. They exercise, their energy, get to hunt. If it's possible. Spend time, there's a lot of time when you search around on this mound. That's what I'm hoping to find. Something maybe posing right on top of the mound, hoping to scan around. The leopards, they use mound, they use falling wood, climb on top, search around himself in the area. Where this mound also can be used by also an antelope. Because then when they're up there, they can see far away enough. So this is the area I haven't actually worked for a while. So Neville, you're asking, have I seen all the leopards in Sabi Sands? No, not all of them. So since they're very much territorial, so I'm always been in this part of northern sands, where up south, those are leopards that we don't get to see, but we know all of their names. But I haven't actually come across them. It's same with some prize of lions out there. I haven't met them yet. So only leopards that I've seen around here is a leopard that they're actually born in an area or came to an area for a dominate. But there's still quite a lot of them that I haven't seen. But I heard their names when I'm talking about them. And some name is actually very great there. Also, remember the name Shikavi means one of the russet bush willow around here. So it's a cool name they have up there. Even though leopard's territory change quite often, it doesn't change for all of them, but for some. And the rest maybe stays the same. Or even though they change, maybe they don't reach this far north sands. We're just so happy, because Toto's pen male comes in. It's one of the male that we see him around here this time. Tabangume also. So Benson, you're asking with any of the leopards get collared? Not always. So unless if it's a serious research on that specific leopard, they may, but that won't going to be permanent. So it's going to be for some research, and if it is the treatment for that animals has to be given, and then it's just where they're probably going to collar it, and then for them to able to relocate every time they need to get given a treatment to that. But then finally it's going to be removed. So not all leopards have collars. It's the same with the lions. Same with the wild dogs. Some of them, they carry those collars just for a specific reason. Either for checking how far they go, where they operate. Once that's all done, studying, it's going to be removed. He's just asking why we don't see cheetah often in Djuma. I think, if I understand, it's actually too much wind in my ear. So the cheetah, they wouldn't more be active where it's a less other big cats. You know, for the past days, these days, we've seen so many of lions that they came about. The cheetah wouldn't like that. Due to that also, it's not such a big, wider open area in this area. When they come in and then they move off. But due to so many big cats, it's a part of the reason there won't be many of them. But we do see cheetah. So cheetah, they will need very open for their hunting, because they're hunting open. They need a lot of speed to catch their prey. So they hunt different than what the leopard and the lions do. It's just so quiet this afternoon, but we're gonna keep on driving around. So we're going to be heading down to Tswalu Dam, see if there's anything there. It's getting actually very windy, where many of the antelope, they won't be very much interested drinking in this windy. And Tswalu Dam is not actually a big open area, so that's why if it's ever an antelope drinking there, won't spend time, or drink and vanish into the bush. So with the wind, would it sometimes make a lot of difference in terms of a game viewing? They would either hide into a denser bush, those that would be right in the open, especially when the sun goes down, they would come out to the open. But then it gets cold because then the wind is still blowing hard. Towards the wind, so now I'm gonna take these two tracks and head down to Tswalu Dam.
Welcome back, everybody. And well, being on foot in the wilderness is always so magical. You never know what you might find. And here we've got a hole in the ground for that of a baboon spider. Just an average looking hole in the ground, surrounded by some grass, a little bit of a elephant dung over there as a sort of stool outside, I suppose, for a morning view. I'm only joking, but the amount of organisms and creatures that could be surviving out here you will never see from the vehicle. Just take a little bit of a wider look at the landscape, and when you find yourself out here and you see where that small hole is in the ground, and you sort of step back and look at the bigger picture, and to think in an area like this you just see trees and grasses, but when you get out on foot and you really walk around and start to scratch your nose around, you'll find the little holes, the little diggings, the amount of dung, the amount of habitat and microclimates that are created for an enormous number of organisms, many of which we can see with the naked eye, many of which we can't. So just bear in mind that that is a very small spot there on the landscape. Think about that, and that is just in one small direction. All around us is wilderness. To the east, as far as the eye can see, all the way to Mozambique, is wilderness, and you might not see the big animals. You might not see the elephant and the buffalo, but the conservation of the area is not just about the flagship species. The flagship species are those that are easily recognized and sort of the banner, an animal that you can say, let's conserve an area because we like the rhino. By conserving the large animals, you're conserving all of the little insects and beetles, and I suppose they're insects and grasses. Mosley, what precautions do you take to not step on snakes? Well, one of the precautions of walking is walking in single file. And so we do walk in single file. If I step over a snake, the second person is going to stand on it. I'm only joking. It's the third person that sees the snake. Now, I've stepped over many snakes in my life, and I don't know how many I've been alerted to, probably only 3 that someone said, hang on, there's a snake here. And that's people that have seen it. So the amount of puff adders I've walked past, I couldn't tell you. The best thing is to think about it, because they're there. They're there, they're out and about, and they're generally just doing nothing, just sort of chilling there. The faster, more agile snakes will move away. It's the puff adders that don't move. And I think once in my life I've gone like this, half step down, and I heard a hang on, let me try to do it. Do you hear that? And you'll notice that sound when you hear it, because it'll feel so foreign and so alien, but yet your body will go freeze, and you'll just stop midair. You'll put your foot back where your other foot is, and then you'll stand and you'll look in this direction and you go, there's the snake. Let me move away. And then everybody can come and have a look. What you must then do is probably grab some of them that run, because some people are going to run away. It's what people do when they hear or see of a snake. They just want to run. And that's the worst thing you can do. When there's a snake here, jump up and down and move and flash, because you're threatening that animal. They are afraid. They've got a long body that is very susceptible to attack, and so they're very defensive in their behavior. So if you just sit still, you don't move, a snake is not going to react to you at all. But as soon as you jump up and down, they're very sensitive to vibration, to movement. Just stop moving. Where's the snake? There it is. Take a step back from it. Other than that, if you're afraid of snakes to the point where you're terrified, you're never going to survive out here, because there are snakes around, but I promise you hardly see them. Okay, so just try not to think about them, and you'll be fine. So we just walk in single file, and obviously we do try and look where we step, but sometimes that doesn't always help. Sticking to game paths can be quite helpful. And keeping the ears open. Okay, so while we continue on down the hill, trying not to stand on any snakes, let's send you over to Queen and see how she's getting on.
Nice. Welcome back, everybody. As we've been bumbling around, we came across this beautiful bird over here, the Batelea. Isn't that beautiful? Nice and chilled on top of the marula tree. Yawning. Just look at that feathers up on the neck, going up. Looks like a beautiful crown. Glad is definitely such a majestic bird, eh? And if you can look at it, the colors. And interestingly, they take time to actually show their color. They don't look like that when they're juveniles. So they look sort of like a brownish color. And it takes a long time for them to get that beautiful color on them, which is quite interesting. Roughly 6 to 7 years. Oh, that crown. And just bear in mind, I think it's up now because of the wind, but it's normally down straight on the neck. Bram, definitely, they look different, but that you can only see when they're flying. So you can see the visibility of the difference between a male and a female bateleur. So the female tends to have, when it's flying, you look underneath the wings. The females tend to have a thick white line, and the males have a thin white line. That's how you can tell the difference. Quite interesting. And if you look at the beak, it's quite sharp, right in the end, so that helps them to tear off meat. Because they have, they can happen to see a carcass from a distance. And if it's not yet opened up, for example, like by hyenas, they can be able to open it up themselves.
Thank you very much, Queen. So, yeah, being able to determine the difference from the bateleur male and female. Here we got also a small herd of buffalo, the elephants, where now it also looks like an all female that we're looking at the moment, but with the all younger one they have. But the only difference you can tell by looking at these animals is that the females, they grow very thin tuskers, where males grow very thicker tuskers. Probably going to take a drink from the other side there. We're just going to see. Yes, they're taking that drink. So we at the Elusive Dam at the moment. We're so lucky actually finding these elephants about to take that drink here. Where the young one also is drinking. And the other one haven't yet decided to make their way to drink yet. They're still on their side. Third one is arriving. Well, there's such animals like these that would need a lot of amount of water a day. So everybody is saying you're loving elephants at the dam. It's amazing. I agree with you all. Look at them. Elephants, they travel far sometimes from the watering hole. And then every time they move, any direction they make or take, it's got to be a water station right ahead of them. So finally it works. When they feed on so many of these dry grasses, they get thirsty quite often. And they would need to take that drink maybe twice a day, probably 3 times a day, depend on the temperatures. But eventually they would take above over 100 liters, 145 or possibly 150 liters of water a day. And now the trunk can hold at a time anything from 11 to 10 liters of water for a fully grown elephant. Just amazing how we see them move away from the watering hole. Jackson, you're asking with the water too cold for them to swim. Well, the temperatures like these and the wind, of course, can be slightly colder, where most winters they don't really like to swim a lot. And they only do that when the temperature is anything above 30, 35 degrees. And then, yes, that weather like that can make them actually wanting to swim. So, I'm just going to lose them like this, but let's keep up with them there. They're going to be moving into this thicket over here. You know, I mentioned something about this watering hole here at Babasuk Dam, where there is no much of the wide open area. So animals coming to drink vanish into the bush very quickly. Just move, they're gone. So we got the hippo still. It's probably one of these hippo we've seen around Gari Dam. The elephants have moved. We're trying to keep up with them later on. So this is probably the hippo that we always see around the Gari Dam, and sometimes all by himself. With the female, they probably out of reach for him at the moment. And this watering hole can be empty, which make him free move in. Can switch between this to a Gari Dam, Treehouse Dam. Sometimes also would be part of is operational. But once it's dark enough, he would emerge from the watering hole outside of the water, and that would be all about grazing grass. for that, they would need quite a lot of grasses at night. And then they prefer very short grasses, which these grasses usually around a termite mound. So we're gonna just stay put here, see who else will be coming to this watering hole.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast Karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
Here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Competitors are now doing the Hales halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
The bushhawk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
Welcome back, everybody. As we continue to move through the landscape, you can see a dead knobthorn here that talk about habitat space. This has been killed. Spring barking will create lots and lots of habitat for birds, insects. Can't even imagine how many small organisms would survive off of the wood, the space, the shade, the nutrients over time. And in saying that, as I look, there's a dead leadwood stump over here, solid as can be. It's probably been on the ground longer than I've been alive. You can imagine the organisms and the habitat and microclimate that just a stump like this has created. We just think about that baboon spider hole before. You can think about how many breeding cycles of insects have occurred underneath this very large stump. Hardekool in Afrikaans, leadwood. It's good to leave it on the landscape. It has always been quite prized for firewood, but now science have really realized leave them where they are, leave them for the habitat space that they create. So the sun is on its way down and we are slowly heading back towards camp, but we will be setting up for a lovely sunset in the next little bit. See if we can find a nice elevated spot with a view. It'll be my last afternoon drive here for a few days. I'll be on in the morning, so do prepare yourselves for a field observation tomorrow morning, everybody. Pen and paper ready. Tracking books are allowed. I'll be honest with you though, when you do field observations in the field, there's no tracking books allowed, but you all at home, you're welcome to use your books. And next time I'm here, maybe we can do one without the books and see how much you've learned. While we do that and consider what to do next, we'll send you over to Andrew.
Thanks, Steve. So we got a stall sitting here with this very only one hippo at the moment, and then we're just hoping to see if anything else can come to drink, because Bebelsuk Dam, it's further east from Gari Dam itself. So all I'm hoping is to maybe see, would it be any cats that would be probably want to drink about at this time of the day? And that would be probably maybe Thandi the leopard. Such a beautiful upset. Elephants on away distances. But that's where we're gonna go after this. So hippo, they have two teeth. Rachel, so you're asking would the Torotoro hippo would try and fight with the elephant? No, so their territory is nothing to do with the elephant. If that would ever happened, it's very rare actually to see hippo compete with elephants, even though the elephants may come and drink at the same watering hole where the hippo is, would try very much to avoid not to disturb the elephants. This animal, they have to also respect one another, knowing that elephants also, they don't like company, but they would also pay a lot of respect wherever it's hippo inside the water. They will drink and maybe even swim. Hippo will have to make space, maybe go sit on the far end, the watering hole. Possible, maybe just emerge out of the watering hole if it's not safe. And then, so they never actually push one another hard. If that happens, elephants will always kill a hippo, especially these bull elephants. They have, well, equipped with these thick, long tusks. Many times for sure we know that all herbivore species, many they don't have to worry about getting mixed with all different other antelopes. But what we've seen with the hippos not really wanting, this is when the cats arrive into this watering hole while the hippo's there, and all you see, all the yawn and probably a lot of a sound, probably mark charge on the cats as well, so they even know who their enemies, such as human, which is us. Jason, you're asking, would the hippo lose teeth just like an elephant? If that ever happened during a fight, the bull, they do actually use these premolars of theirs, actually, and then if it ever happened that tusk break off, and of course, just like an elephant, it's like an ivory, so it doesn't really grow back. And that animal will stay, so only have two bottom longer a tusk is. And that would actually remain maybe with the three. There's actually another two right at the top, but these one not long enough compared to the one in the bottom. And the lower teeth, these two can be about 60 centimeter long. And the top's anything from about 22 centimeter long. So there is a difference, but they only use them for, actually it's a weapon. Can defend themselves using those one. But they can break them, yes. Terence, asking would the hippo ever eat meat? That actually reminded me of what we just discovered not a while ago. So in Gary Dam there, one of the young hippo was actually, we witnessed that was actually feeding on a floating carcass, which was an impala floating there for a few weeks, and then eventually what we seen there, that young hippo went for it, and the bees are feeding on that. We thought maybe he's trying to move it out of the water, but then continuously, when disturbed, went back to the water again, went for it. Bees trying to feed on that. So they sometimes can. But they don't have to actually look or hunt for a meat, only when it's available and for their special diet. So we're just gonna sit, watch our hippo, see what it will be up to. And now the gestation period of a hippo is anything from about 7-8 months. And they actually breed all the year around. They're not hardly or strictly seasonal. Depending on the area, if it's a wet area forever. They may breed very successfully, these animals. Sometimes one of the river, where we don't have such big river close to us, except for the far south of here, where you come across many of these part of hippo basking in the sand. And they give birth to that one calf at a time. Usually a female give birth but isolate for a couple of weeks, raising that baby. Can give birth in a shell of water, and that baby can also nurse in the water, also in the land. looks like that hippo can see us. Very small ears they got. Hopefully we will get up. And we're gonna see if maybe we can stick around or move on.
Welcome back, everybody. Look what we found here. Elephants again. I like to call them the gentle giants. You know, sometimes you can miss them so easily out here in the bush until you hear them breaking trees. Surprisingly, as we were bumbling around, we came across a lot of battalias. I was wondering why, asking my question. Oh, look at that, youngsters. Look at the tusks. And if you look closely on the tusk, you will see one is a bit shorter than the other one. And with that, you can tell if the elephant is left tusked or right tusked. So much like us humans, we're either left-handed or right-handed. And with the shorter tusk is the one that is often used, which they use to peel off bark, roots on the ground, dislodging some mud on the ground. Sometimes you see dents because they use a lot of force to pull off roots off the ground. I'm going to try and go a little bit back and see if we get a better visual. Sean, good question. Sean, elephants like to swim a lot. So with that, I can say that's the only time they can get to clean the tusks. Or maybe after rain, because when it rains, sometimes we see them a lot with the tusk very clean and white. So yeah, that's basically how they can clean their tusks. Let's try get a little bit close and get a nice view from them. I love valleys. Nice, look at that. So I think we're gonna skip a bit from our friends here and go over to the other field and enjoy the sunset. Oh, love these gentle giants.
Well, thanks, Queen. Well done for getting elephants on your interview drive. That is very, very special indeed. I love elephants too. Elephants are just the coolest. And we find ourselves at Elephant Dam, Ndlovu Dam, here for a sunset. This is my first time actually stopping at this dam for a sunset. We're normally on other parts of the reserve, so we decided it is that time of day to sit back, reflect, take some deep breaths and just really take in what is once again another beautiful scene. End of the day. Sunday afternoon, end of the weekend of rest and recuperation, ready for the week ahead. I hope many of you are. It's time to just reflect and maybe just sort of sort out how next week is going to go. But don't forget to enjoy your final evening or morning of rest, wherever in the world you might be. Buffalo weavers are coming home to rest. Okay, everyone. Well, with the setting of the sun, it's a good night to you from the bushwalking. We'll see you in the morning, bright and early, for a field observation test. And while we say good night, we're going to send you back over to Andrew.
Good luck, Steve. So we managed to keep up with these herd of elephants that they have moved from that watering hole. You know, we actually heard them they're still communicating slightly. So we just heard them from that far when they were making that trumpet sound. Probably sounded like unhappy, and then that's why we came this way. So we'll spend some time with them just to find out exactly what was happening here. Right, are you saying elephants seem so wise? They are wise, and they have their own way of how they do things. They have a good memory, which they can able to remember very well. Look at that there, through the sunset. So you're very right, they are so wise animal. In the herd, there's a key bond where they love one another, take care of one another. And they always make sure those cannot make it. And they will make sure they wait for them, support them, make them stood up. Okay, so let's catch up with these one on this beautiful light there. sometimes my signal is not very great, so but we'll find out. Okay, let me reverse back then. Alright, sorry about that. Everyone, like I said, that sometimes my signal is not very strong. So in an area where it's a very bad area, but I'm sure. I'm just gonna again reverse a little bit. See if maybe we balance our signal here. So I think we're good here. And now they're in a burned section, but everything they're eating in there, it's been slightly dried off by the very extremely hot of a fire that was happening here. Seeing kudu, they may love, sometimes browse on these very dry leaves. Maybe it's at the taste, it's already cool. Can't really tell what kind of nutrition they get from very fried leaves like this, but they're probably getting some. Gary, so you saying you're loving this, it's so great, and with the sun going down on the far side, always with a silhouette, a lot of brushes, but within these elephants moving through, it builds such a magnificent sighting. So everybody, we're going to take this moment of silence, just listen to what they do as the sun goes down. Let's just watch them, see how they do things. It's an amazing.
we got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton. He's a big unit. Got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And we put that land cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of the head, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
I am back in the hot seat after a lovely little bumble with Queen. Now, we've had our game drive radio done, so I actually have no idea where Andrew is. So because it's just the two of us, I am going to try and radio him. Andrew, do you copy? I actually don't know where in the reserve he is. But I'm back in the game. I'm going to go west. Apparently male leopard tracks were found there this morning. But that is a rare occasion these days. Andrew? Maybe FC, you can let him know I'm trying to contact him. But yes, leopard tracks in the west is rare, but when they're there, it's a goodie. In the west now, in terms of dominant males. Sorry, yours, I'm actually live. No updates. I was looking for Andrew. These are lion tracks, but I don't think they're fresh. I think they're from the Talamatis last night. This is how they crossed west. That makes sense. Apparently they went into Arethusa, the Talamatis. My goodness, considering a few years ago I never ever even really knew what a Talamati looked like, and now they're everywhere. Chitwa, Little Gowrie, Torchwood, Bufosuk, Djuma, Simbambili, Arethusa. Talamatis are doing well, but they are under pressure now of that Mbali pride. It's a big pride, apparently of 21, I believe, I've been told. I've never met them. So it is possible that they're just sort of seeking greener pastures a little bit further down south. But that's definitely their tracks. It's not been lions on the property today. Ian, no, we don't. That is a highly specialized, highly expensive, not so readily available thing, I guess. There's different anti-venoms to different venoms, I guess, but the most dangerous sort of snakes that you could come across, encounter and get bitten by, no, we don't. That would have to be supplied by a sort of emergency responder. We do have a team here that come out to see us and look after us, and they would be the ones that would respond to that come, and they're trained in doing so. You really have to know what you're doing sort of medically with things like that. So no, we don't do any antivenom. But of course with bushwalks, accidents can happen. I think Steve was talking about snakes earlier. I was away to say the snakes were talking about Steve, but there's definitely something wrong with that sentence. Steve was talking about snakes, and of course on bushwalk anything can happen. but we don't carry ant venom. But good question, Ian. We do have a massive first aid kit on board, though it's huge. Almost doesn't fit on the car, so we're stocked with everything, don't worry. And we're all trained. Emergency first responder. What's your emergency? But anti-venom is not one of those things. Okay, we are approaching this famous junction that I always say is famous, but is it? I don't actually know. And this is where we do look for tracks. It takes you pretty much from our camp straight south. It's an immediate highway south, so lots of animals use it. It's also an immediate cutaway west. And you can go east and it takes you sort of to Treehouse Dam. So it's a really prominent four-way, if you like, intersection. But sadly, I don't seem to see tracks on it anymore. It's just a natural shift. We were having sort of a chat, I think it was with Tristan the other day, about how when I first arrived here, most of the activity was in the north of the property. Bufusuk Dam was absolutely pumping at one point in time, and things have just shifted, and that's just through time. And of course animals will shift as well and start using different roads, and obviously this junction is just not very popular anymore. But as I really do concentrate on finding animals, Andrew already has his elephants.
Thanks, Lauren. So we're still sticking with this herd here, but as we can see, very much straight road. So this is pretty much the boundary, the northern boundary of Djuma. This is a Beverly Souk on the right-hand side. And then looks like they're going to cross as they do that. And there's been many of them there making sound. And this is where they're going. Looks like a whole member, the whole herd. They're far in there. So I'm so happy that they're actually able to stick around for us, because then we actually find ourselves slightly uphill here. And it's the only time we can, show everybody. I'm going to try right down, but I may sometimes lose the signal. But we'll find out. So we still got them there. So even though they're separate far apart, they still communicate through trumpet, through rumbling of the tummies. And they can do some of also frequency, very low frequency call they got. But also they can track one another through where the other member have moved through, so they can smell, sniff on the ground using this very useful trunk of theirs while they move, and then they're able to tell how long or when their friends has been in the area. Quite a lot of birds flying about. Those are drongas. This blackbird, we've seen them every now when you got elephants around near you. Also buffaloes, these birds follow rhinos because they pick up some insect when the animal move. Julie, you asking with the sense of smell strong on elephants. It is strong, and that's why they rely on it. Sometimes they do put these trunk of theirs up, and they try and smell up in the air. This is when maybe they out of reach from their other member, or trying to maybe smell if there's a chance of being a water around, especially if they're in an area where they don't understand. So they're very good in sense of smell. They have a very strong sense of smell. And this is what they rely on, hearing and smelling. Their eyesight, not 100% great, especially at night, but then they will rely on their smell and also listening around themselves. And that sense of smell, only not to find one another, but through that they were able to look, also locate their food, favorite food around. And then before they can put in their mouth, they already, smelled and then able to tell how delicious that could be. Which is sense and also taste at the same time before they can eat. And it will just disappear like that. But hopefully when we move along this road here, we may pick up some of elephants, or that will also depend. First, I'm going to reverse slightly.
We're just admiring the skyline. It's that time of night. We've still got enough light to work with. We don't need a spotlight just yet. But of course that sun has gone down and it's just leaving behind an absolutely stunning colour palette. We've still got a little bit of blue sky. And although we see this every night, it really is the time for the nocturnal animals to start moving. If they're not moving, they're being lazy. It's also a perfect time to listen. Contact calls, territorial calls. So I think we're just going to sit here, admire the sky, and just listen to all the sounds around us. You can feel it, the change in the air. We really are going into nighttime now, so it's time to look for those nocturnal animals.
We've just been admiring the skyline. It's going to get more spectacular. There's still a lot of ambient light. The sun's not quite disappeared just yet. But when the sun gets lower, it's going to be even more spectacular. We're going to check in just a few minutes. But I think now let's keep bumbling Triple M. And when we say bumble, it really is bumpy. It's one of the bumpiest cut lines, but it's a good cut line. If you want to find Mr. Tavangumi, this is a cut line to check. And that's exactly what we're going to try and do. It's too early for light just now. But there's been a sort of bit of a leopard drought right now. I've just been asked, I think, asking about Maribes. No. It's really unfortunate. We can traverse it. We've got the rights, if that makes sense. We've got the traverse, but we just don't get signal, I'm afraid. And is our signal okay now, Gwen? I think it was just a little dip in the road. And many people are asking, I have friends in Buffalo calling me, Lauren, where are all the leopards? I don't know, but I really do believe we have periods. I remember going through a period like this last year where the lions are everywhere. We've got the Talamatis all over Djuma, not just in one spot. Some at Gowrie Dam, some on the fire break up the north, some down south. We've got the Inkahumas sort of really, really close by on Little Gowrie, sort of Annette's side. Then you've got the Kruger males coming from the eastern Bavosut. Then you've got the Mbali Pride. Then you've got the Torchwood Pride on Torchwood. So there's so many lions around right now. We do find that there's a bit of a gap in the leopard sightings. Leopards will naturally avoid lions if they can. Of course, we see encounters, we see interspecific interactions all the time, but generally speaking, they avoid them. Of course they avoid them. And I think because there's been so much lion activity, that's why we've not really seen leopards. But Maribe's tracks crossed out from Chitwa, we followed them into Torchwood, and when we went into Torchwood, we ended up finding Tandy that day. I think the day after that, Maribe's was spotted with Tandy up in north of Torchwood, and that's just unfortunate. We're not going to get signals. So Maribe's is good in answer to your question. But definitely we've had a bit of a gap in the leopard sightings right now. But Shasha, we had Shasha the other night, which was just wonderful. But I just wonder where Miss Tlalamba is. She's gone very quiet. Moya has not dipped her paws back into Djuma in a while. She was on Djuma for a good long period of time. No Moya. Tingana's been around. The Duke. I wonder if he knows he's worldwide famous as the Duke. I hope he does. But all leopards, all good. Just before I go, I've got 1 week left. I want to find the tortoise pan. Samantha, you're asking, would leopards hunt nesting birds? I think. I hope that was your question. Otherwise, I have just made up an entirely new question. Firm, that was right. Yes, they would. Naturally, if it's a bird, I mean not a chick or an egg, then that bird has got the capability to just pop into the air and fly. It's got the advantage. No matter how fast the leopard is, that bird is just going to pop into the air, just like that. Born. But eggs, absolutely. That. They're not going to be actively looking for nests, but if they jump up a tree and there's a nest with a chick inside, absolutely. Leopards are incredibly opportunistic. And it's all down to their social structure as well. They are solitary. They've only got themselves. Generally, obviously, mother and offspring will be found together, but they only have themselves. They've got to take what they can get. They don't have the luxury of a pride
or all sorts of other leopards hunting for them, or taking down bigger prey, literally only have themselves. So that's another reason that they are so opportunistic. They need to keep their diet as broad as possible so that they don't suffer from sort of a lack of nutrition from their diet choice. Okay, I think we're going to pop into One-Eyed Pan because I'm determined to find something there one day. I'm going to send you guys back across the Andrew.
So we're all bumbling here, hoping also to find animal, Lauren, same as you. We have left these elephants vanish into the north, all hoping to maybe come across the duck man, and then I'm working in an area where he disappeared to the north. So we're going to be checking this boundary towards the Gara Gate side there. Maybe we may hear him roar because they're still separated apart from their other members. The only way for him to return back here is by Gara Gate near there, and then back to the west or back to Djuma. So we're on an IR light. I'm also using the spotlight. So I'm ready to search, to do a bit of a dark search around here. You're asking how big the lion's territory can get, depending on the population of lions in that reserve. And then if it's so many, it can't be anything more than 50 square kilometers. If that's the case, 50 square kilometers, then it would be the average really. But some they can anything from about 25 square kilometers, 35 square kilometers. But these are Bokas males we have. They actually operating such a big, territory. Not so sure how far south when they travel from here or west. And that could be maybe nearly around 45 square kilometers upwards. So it's about the same with the leopards. If the population's higher, so it's got to be very limited. When they choose to actually establish their territory, it has to be not big enough that it will maybe affect the others. We understand sometimes it falls by the power, and that's how they dominate, but in the end, each one has to have its own territory. So for leopards, 14, 17, probably 20 square kilometers. So the radio not thin. So you're asking would be a big difference, temperatures between the day and the night. It is the difference. So when it's a daylight, so the temperature rise. For example, today we were sitting on anything from 25, 27 degrees. And that actually is anything to do with 85, 81 Fahrenheit. But then at night it would drop down to pretty much 11 degrees, possible 10 degrees depending. So that's why many of them animals, they wouldn't bother looking for the water too much, because they don't spend a lot of energy, even though they move so much. They wouldn't get thirsty so much. With cats, they would drink when they can, because they are nocturnal. So yeah, there is a difference, temperatures. Especially the winter. Sometimes can drop down to 9 degrees. That's actually for us, we think it's cold. With some other part of the country where it's a whole mountain area, can drop down even below.
Ta-da! Not Andrew. But Andrew will be back. I believe he was talking about temperatures. You know, it's interesting. I mean, 2 weeks ago, possibly even 3 weeks ago now, I do lose track of time in the bush. When Tristan was here, we had the most amazing stint. It was outstanding, but it was freezing. My goodness. It was the coldest I think I've felt Djuma in a really long time, that I can remember. I mean, you always look back with rose-tinted glasses. You always think, oh, it wasn't that cold last year. But it actually was that cold last year. But it's definitely warmed up. I mean, it's definitely warmer during the day. And of course, the temperatures do drop, but it's nowhere near what it was a few weeks ago. That cold front hit us so hard, it hurt. It hurt. But luckily it's warmed up. It's still winter, but it's definitely warmed up. But it means the days are also hotter. So although they're not as hot as summer naturally, they are hot, which is causing a lot of the animals to go flat and not really get mobile until this time. Whereas when it's really cold, they are mobile during the day. So let's hope I get lucky.
Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles and photos.
The YRE program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
The scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist, to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then, that was the opportunity of the scrappy. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
So everybody, I'm just stopping here with these, looks like a small group of impala, and then maybe this is where they're going to be maybe sleeping for a night, or as you can see, all of them coming out of the wood. But because we're using the infrared light, so we're still going to watch them and also listening around, probably maybe as a chance of maybe hear what's happening in this bush. And there's a scrub hares also in that area, moving in about, getting active. Also, they're one of the nocturnal animals out here. Melissa, you're asking, would the antelope ever get into the camp? Yes, we have a visitor there, various different, but many, we had a bushbuck, we had a Ngala that they came into the camp quite often. Just gonna give a little bit of hazard because there's a car coming from the back there. So they will notice we're here. So yeah, we do get the antelope coming to the camp, browsing around. These bushbuck, they would specialize into drainage line system mainly, and they come very much close to a human. But then it's not that we can touch them or anything. And also these Ngalas, sometimes they even get close to the camp very much. So we just heard hippos making sound. But this is maybe when they're about to come out of the water. They do that. Quick link, windy.
We had a Janet. I wonder.
I'm mobile after a break. Are there any updates?
I wonder if we're going to get any more views. Such a pity. I love Janets. I'm toying between turning my engine on and moving forward, or patiently waiting. I think let's try and go forward. We may as well.
It's there, Dove. The eye shine's there, but it is behind some thicket, just in here. I think it's been shy now. I mean, they generally are shy. A little bit up. Zoom out. Oh, what a bummer. Ah, the eye shine's there. Are you seeing it, or am I? It's watching us. You see it? You're not seeing the eye. There you go, you got it. That's the eye shine. What a 10 out of 10 sighting. But it's a genet and you can see the body. I think it's sitting on a log. Definitely not the best genet sighting in the world, but it's a genet. Oh, you see that tail? I mean, normally our sighting... Oh, it's coming. I think we're just going to sit tight here. I'm not going to turn my engine on anymore. Hello. You're so lovely. You're not a leopard, but that's okay. You're part of the Felidae family. I think he's friends with Tandy. He knows how to give the slip. The genet slip. Patience pays off with nocturnal animals. If you know they're there, you know you've seen them, and you've kind of got to weigh up the option of turning your engine on or not. And then sometimes just sitting tight is a key. I think that may be it now. Steph, you're saying that tail was so long. I know. It's gorgeous tail. They really are lovely, lovely animals. And we see signs of them, of course, during bushwalks and just even when we're driving. But they are really nocturnal. And to be honest, it's probably quite early to be out if you're a nocturnal animal. And the sun is only just going down. But I think that is our fantastic sighting finished.
Well spotted.
Was that a compliment?
Yes.
Oh, Darby just said well spotted. Thank you. I spotted the spotted genet. Okay, now I'm really gonna put all my attention on finding a white-tailed mongoose. That's what's next on the list. Or a honey badger. Okay, I've already told you my mission. I am now on the search for more nocturnal animals.
So we are bumbling around again and then hoping to also come across any of the nocturnals. Would be an owl, would be even that white-tailed mongoose also would be much appreciated. So we don't actually get to see those much. We know they're out about, but sometimes it can be very difficult to be spotted. So most that animals move at night is that they are comfortable of, because they don't get to the temperature drop and they have access. Some of them it's because they don't want to get spotted. Some of them they're actually shy when they come out during the light, and some of them it's actually wasteful when they just move around at night and the day, and they waste a lot of energies. That's why type of a rats and all of those, they'll forage only at night. So, and then for now it looks like Lawrence is checking where I was about to go check. Now I have come to quarantine this area, hoping to also find Janet, or you never know, honey badger also will be good. So we come to the position of quarantine, and then Lawrence is searching close to that gate area there. And so we're also going to search around here. If she found something, we may also find something moving about at night. That's Janet. It's one of the animals that move at night, and they don't play around like leopards that you can spot during the day, moving, hunting. But Janet, they are highly nocturnal. Highly nocturnal. Just gonna kill my light here because we got a parlor. I'm going to stop my car. I missed that question from Billy. So I don't understand that question. So is you asking whether you ever seen hedgehog? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. So we've got impalas here. Also doing a part, moving around at night. But with infrared light, it actually provides such a greater view, where now anything that we may hunt while you're around here, maybe not able to see how they approach because they pounce. But here looks like there's two male. And it's amazing to actually see them feed also at night, because mainly they would be stationary. So one coughing in the back there, that was impalas. Richard, so you're asking what are these black marking on the impala's ankles. So the stuff it's carrying, it's rich in oil just before their hooves there. So it's called metatarsals, which is that also either it would help them to be able to find one another, especially even maybe when they run at night, but they gotta have white under their tail for that. But that also can sometimes make them being smelled quite easy. Leopard would be able to tell, or any predators would hunt impalas, would be able to tell exactly when they were in the area, because that gland that is there provides such a smell, unique smell. We cannot probably smell that, but maybe leopard can, lion can. But that you only find on the impala, pretty much these metatarsal, never on the other antelopes, neither on the kurus, neither on. We know waterbuck, they have oil on their skin, which is naturally, but the whole body that. So impala, they would either have those metatarsal, which is rich in secretion oil, but also on the forehead there is an oil they may secrete, and of course these male, they would use their forehead, rub against their wood, and they're able to leave these secretion on the wood. It's then a way of communication. So, Fatima, you're asking, do we ever seen a nocturnal animal during the day? Yes, quite a lot. That, but then it includes the lions, the leopard, and then also the honey badger can move during the day. And then I ever seen also the civet, which is also one of the highly nocturnal, but then I had a chance of see that move during the day. Sable as well. You may have a chance, if it's quiet in the day, they may move about, but they are nocturnal. So all these nocturnal animals, when they don't actually get active very much during the day, is because of their special need. If then they need to drink, they would make their way to the watering hole during the day, and it's quiet, they're going to make sure they don't get spotted. Some of them, they are shy of a light, naturally. That's why they prefer night. Some of them, the big cats, they don't mind. They get used to maybe cars or company as such, the vehicles getting close to them. Maybe they don't have much to worry about anymore. But others, of course, who are concerned, moving about during the day and they get spotted, where they don't have to actually be exposed to the light. But some, it's because of their hunting habits. When they hunt at night, they see well, but in the day maybe they can see, but then it's a waste of time. So We're somewhere near quarantine. We're going to be searching around here.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So we are sitting around here at quarantine. So also, I was trying to also confirm that question that came about at your, because I didn't know what that means, sorry. So I only found out it's a small animal that here it doesn't really exist. So we don't have that here. And then we have the porcupine type that we have. I don't know, or one of the rodents, bigger rodents would we have here, would be a porcupine. So in this quarantine, we are searching for anything. I reflect, but also if we may got an audio of any of sound of a leopard, we may visit that too. Investigate, search around about, see if maybe we can find one. You're asking, is it possible to idea the animals through their eyes? I mean, this is when we shine around at them. So, what we can make actually difference between the nocturnals and the day animals. That's how we can idea that which one we are looking at. Maybe a hyena or a leopard, where their eyes. shine differently to the day animals. So that's how we can make the difference. So lion's eyes, leopard's eye, from a distance, maybe you cannot tell which predators is that, but then you can tell by their eyes how they reflect. So what that makes now difference to these all nocturnals, the reflection of their eyes, is that because they reflect double, is that what means they see at least more than the prey species can. And the design to be nocturnal is that they can actually still see through the pitch dark. So we're carrying on around here. In the meantime, let's see what's Lauren doing there.
We regularly talk about leopard trees, and this particular marula is one of mine. It's a perfect cross. With that vertical branch, horizontal branch is perfect. And I really want to see a leopard on that. Whether I do, I don't know. But we all have a wish list. I hear Davi always say, oh, I want to see a leopard in that tree. BK, that's my tree that I want to see a leopard in. Tristan, Morgan, we all have our trees that we want to see leopards in. We don't have a leopard, but we do have their favorite food item, impalas. I hope the leopard drought ends tomorrow, I must say. It's not been a drought. It would be nice to catch up with them all. And most of the ewes, if you think about it, will be pregnant. 6.5. Shorter than humans, but not by terribly much. Not all, but most of them will be getting ready for dropping the lambs. I love lambing season, it's so wonderful. We all get very competitive here to see who can find the first lamb. It's for no reason at all, actually. We just like to compete. Why not? They're getting ready to anchor down for the night. It's very calm, though. It's not too windy. It's not too cold. It's definitely a much more pleasant night than we've had recently. And once again, the sunset safari has come to an end. The sun has long set, and nighttime is here. But as you all know, we will be out in the morning for a sunrise safari, where we start to put all the pieces together, or what has happened during the night. So thank you everyone for jumping on board, and from Queen Davi and I, we say good afternoon, good evening, and good night.